Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube. Spirit teaches the going with himself. Not live yet again on my TikTok, however, live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and I really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel. Spirit teaches the going with himself, so that you can get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward on my channel. As a lot of you are aware, I use my own life experiences. I bring my story forward, and some people don't like what I bring forward because sometimes it's about them. And see, a lot of people they'll poo-poo me and they'll tell me I have mental health issues. Right? They'll tell me I have psychiatric disorders, that I'm crazy, and that nobody likes me because of me, that I'm always analyzing people, but it's people are coming and they're telling me, and because I'm helping them figure it out, like what I bring forward. Because, hey, I didn't have someone plumbing me through my journey. I had people condemning me. I had people telling me, oh, you have this wrong with you, and you have like you always got problems, or like what have you, because you never take the time. But when I listen to other people, okay, and I try to help, and I just got to that point where, why should I help you? Because, coddling someone is actually not helping them in a large degree. I know you have feelings and understanding for people, but see, the thing is, where was your understanding for me? And that's the way I look at it now. Okay, because I look back, and even though I wasn't ill, I still did whatever I could to help other people. So today I'm talking about my journey. I'm going right back to my car accident, right? Because that's where a lot of it really started. It was like after I had my car accident, it was like my whole like everybody was different. It was like I got bounced into a whole other reality, and everyone became their own soul. And yeah, I remember the day of my accident, and I remember my sister, the sister, screaming and hollering, "Where is she? Where is she? That's my sister. Where's my sister? Where is she?" But then after that day, everything went to shit because like my legs started trembling. I couldn't, like, I was just like so out of it. And then my speech started slurring and stuttering, and I started going into catatonic states. And it was like I went retarded. And that's called a post-traumatic brain injury. A post-traumatic brain injury. But I got treated like it was a mental health case. So, do I have respect for the system? Fuck no. Do I have respect for the doctors that, just dismissed me and told me I had anxiety and mental health issues? Fuck no. And they all should lose their goddamn fucking license too. Because if they did it to me, then they've done it to many others. But see, the ones that, know these people and are friends with these people, they'll say, oh, well, no, they didn't. They're good people. Really? They might be good people outside of the system. But are they really good people? So we're going to go back, okay? because I have a few uh, Facebook groups, right? One being speak out about your experience with the Nova Scotia healthcare system, and everybody's afraid to speak out about that because it affects you. If you speak out about it, then you're flagged. You're blackballed. Right? So I'm gonna go. Okay, I have one also that talk about concussions and the impact it has on our lives, which it has a lot. I lost family because of a lot of it. Nobody wanted to hear. And I understand, people have their own issues that they're dealing with. But, I always thought that family was supposed to be there for one another through thick and thin. It's called family means familiar allies or a familiar ally. Now, this here is the day of my accident. This is what my accident looked like. I had a police officer contact me a couple days later to see how I was doing. And he told me, I don't know how you survived that. The car is mine. The truck went off. It was like an hour prior to me, and it was because the Department of Transportation ran out of salt there on a hill in a sharp corner, going down over a hill, and it was a sharp turn that came into a straightaway, and this guy had gone off when I understand an hour prior to me. I didn't even know that I hit a vehicle because I was like really confused, like what vehicle? Like I didn't hit another vehicle. I went off the fucking road. And I remember that day clearly because I was driving and I could hear the salt because I drove with my window down about that much, and you could see where in the car where the window's down. And I remember coming down off this turn, and what they ended up doing was they were at the top, and they ended up running out of salt. So the guy in the salt truck, he went back to reload, and the supervisor at the time, which I know who you are, told them not to bother going back up. But when I went come down, it was like I felt my car, and I tried to get control, and it was like I felt my car go this way, and then the ass end come around, and it was like somebody took a slingshot and just pulled me back and let me go. And what I remember is flying, like it was sped up, and then I remember flying up into the windshield because I have right around here, I actually have the broken part of it, my my forehead that hit right up into the windshield where it's buckled. And I remember hearing a lot of smashing sounds, and then my body went unconscious. When I came to, I was on like the roof. There was a crash axe, a briefcase full of stuff, a mug, and a few other heavy things. And I was looking around, and well, the first thing I did was I reached over and I turned the car off and took the key out. And then I picked up my phone and I tried dialing 911, but it said that I was out of the service area. That's when I lost it. That's when I freaked out. And I tried smashing, I started just literally screaming and trying to smash out every window, trying to get out. But I was mentally trying to get out too. And if you look in the picture, it was it's as I heal, it kind of goes away. I actually showed it to my therapist at the time, and she's seen it but dismissed it because the bubble, see where the arrow is right up here. Well, in that bubble, you could actually see, you looked, an image of me. And it's the exact same, like you can tell it's me. It was that out of body experience. It was that part of me that died that day. And I actually have a picture because I had been going to I had been seeing a therapist, and I had just gone to see her. And that was around about December 28th, and my accident was July 13th, or sorry, January 13th. It was Friday, and I was on my way to work, and I kept telling the therapist, like, I feel like something bad is going to happen to me because I had other experiences where, my son and I were driving and we almost hit a truck. And I had another experience where I was on my way to work and I took over a turn and all of a sudden there was big drifts there. And all I could do was give it the gas because I didn't know if another vehicle was going to come hit me head on. So then when I was in the car screaming, I heard a man letting me know he's there, just trying to get, and then he came over once I could and got me out of the car. He didn't let me look back. He just ushered me up out of the ditch and up to his vehicle, and he didn't let me see. The way the accident was described was that when I hit the truck, when I hit the truck, okay, they said that I drove the truck 10 feet back from where it originally was setting because he had no damage to his vehicle. He just came off the roof. And they said that when I drove the truck back about 10 feet, that's when my car went in and something you would see in a movie. And that's why the officer called and said, I need her life. And I found out that day when we started coming to the accident scene, the ambulance, the fire department, and the police, and everyone was calling the Department of Transportation to tell them to get their ass out here and fucking solve the road. Everybody was sliding all over. If a semi truck had to come down over that hill, it would have cleaned us all out. I did try suing the Department of Transportation, but my lawyer died and nobody else would pick up the case. Okay? So I was experiencing that stuff and I was going to the doctor and and what have you. And, I went through a few doctors. And then I had the one that I had when I went up to Alberta, I settled with the insurance company. Okay? I settled with the insurance company because I went to the family doctor I had at the time, and I requested a PET scan. I didn't have a problem paying for a PET scan because my insurance company would have covered that. But my doctor wouldn't give me one. So I had no other alternative but to settle with my insurance company. I took my mom and myself. We went to Alberta. I went to the doctor there, that the one that put up there that put me on the Kepra. I'm going to show you the video. Put me on the Kepra, and he didn't want me coming back home because he said, like, they're not. He was concerned. So I went to Mississauga, Mississauga, to a place called Kirin. See, prior to that, I have all the X-rays, the CT scans, and the MRIs, and I ended up, I burnt my medical records. The reason why I got rid of it was because I healed, and that was a version of me that died, because that was the one that watched them victimize me, which they did. And people say, well, you're not a victim. You are a victim of circumstance. You are a victim of the system. But when are you going to stand up and no longer be that victim? So the PET scan was done. Date of the PET scan was May 7th of '08. And hey, I was 33 at the time. And I went to, there, before going back to Alberta, I went to my clinical therapist through mental health, through the hospital. Well, it was like government. And I told her what I was doing. I told her, like, I talked to my doctor about it, and my doctor won't do it. So I'm going to settle with the insurance company, and I'm going to go to Alberta and get him to do this test work. So it's supposed to be confidential. There was no immediate danger for me or anyone else or what have you. So, but I left. I went and got the PET scan done. And after I got the PET scan done and I come back home, I went, made an appointment, went straight to my doctor. And I took this with me. And I told her that I had gone, and I said, here's the results. She pushed them away. And she told me that she was no longer going to be my doctor because of a breach of trust. She was the one who breached the trust, not me. I asked for a second opinion, and she dropped me as her patient. But see, the thing is, she informed me that my therapist, my clinical therapist, or what have you, contacted her and told her what I did, that I went for a second. So I made an appointment with my clinical therapist, and I told her what I thought of her. People like that, you should not have the credentials. You should not be placed in a position where people's lives are at stake. Seriously. So she pushed me away. My therapist, my doctor, no longer your. So I had no doctor. I was on medication, and I had no doctor. So no doctor would look at this. Not a one doctor would look at it. It's a legal medical test. Hey, it actually tops X-rays, MRIs, CT scans, and including enhanced, because this was an enhanced. This was an enhanced test. And it says a lot of different things in here of what was going on with me. And one of the things was an impaired cerebral metabolism, which is a lack of glucose and oxygen getting to the brain, which, would have explained why I was like going unconscious. But hey, you still look at the yes, I will speak in this language, and if you don't freaking look it, well, sorry for you. Not because spirit's with me, and spirit is irritated. The most pronounced local area of increased uptake is seen in the left frontal region, corresponding to the area of the middle frontal virtuous level and adjacent to the white matter. It is the highest area of FDG uptake on the brainstem, first scan. Elsewhere, there is some mild decreased uptake in the parietal region, especially high over the choreo cortex, and in a parasitical disruption. It is also more pronounced over the right posterior preterial region. Here's the PET scan, but I actually have the actual PET scan right here, and right here. There also is a more discrete area of vocal defect in the left posterior occipital junction. Maybe I'm not pronouncing that right. Their impression is there is a vocal area of FDG uptake standing out against the rest of the brain activity in the left frontal area, as described above. Please see accompanying images. My doctor wouldn't look at it. No doctor would look at it. And I had been to doctor upon doctor upon doctor trying to get help. And they just kept telling me, oh, it's depression. Oh, it's anxiety. There's what I think is a mental health diagnosis. Typically, the seizure voci, they are metabolic, hypometabolic, or relatively cold during the inner exterior phase. And then, if injected at some point of the seizure, show up as a vocal hotspot. Possibly, however, the mechanism for seizure induction is actually present, may be different than typical temporal lobe voci. The relative hemobilical focus may be somehow due to scarring of some other process, which is potentially the source of a seizure focus. So they're saying there that, I got a lot of scar tissue in the brain, and there's injury there, and there's an explanation. Further investigation may help clarify. But my doctor drew me as a patient and wouldn't even look at the test. Elsewhere, there are just mild areas of FDG uptake. Please see the images. The color scale exaggerates any differences, and so makes sublet changes appear more pronounced. But nevertheless, even on gray scale, there is some mild decreased uptake high over the posterior region, especially the right and in the parasectal disruption. Parasectal decreased uptake has been described in head injuries before, or head injuries because of shearing forces on the posterior anterior cerebral vessel, which came off at 90 degrees to the path of the main artery. Now, they had done another CT scan where they had said that the pituitary gland looked like somebody had taken a bite at it. The findings are sublet, but could be consistent with impaired cerebral metabolism. There is more vocal area of decreased uptake than the left posterior arterial occipital junction. It could be seen with a cantercorp type injury, except that they don't see a corresponding lesion in the photo area and is of uncertain significance. But see, what they're saying in there is there should be more looking into it because, hey, I was having a EEG and all of a sudden the heart monitor stopped. And he couldn't understand. He was confused with that one. Now, I'm going to show you what was happening, right? Because after that, like just after that, that was in the May of 2008, and then in December of 2008, I ended up getting mercury poisoning, but they wouldn't even look into that. They just said, even when I called poison control, oh, well, it's only 4 milliliters in those bulbs. It's not the liquid that poisons you, it's the fucking vapors. And it felt like I ate insulation. So this is how I've been treated through the medical system. So do I like it? No. And I'm going to get to a video. Now, so that's the card. I even had a doctor in 2007. He took and what he was doing, I don't fucking know, but he took and he heisted my arm, like he just fucking corked it and twisted it. Dr. King, you weren't no fucking king, you were an asshole. And then they did a long test where they even checked my IQ and everything like that, and they said that my IQ was 89. They had me sitting in a chair for 10 hours with one 20-minute break, sitting in front of a fucking screen. I was bawling and crying and everything, and I was in mental and physical anguish. That's torture. And that's cruel and unusual treatment. Now, this is what was happening to me for quite a long time. It was happening in front of people, and you'll see. I don't know how many times my head smashed to the floor because they wouldn't prevent it from happening in the beginning. So I underwent more pain and suffering with something that could have been prevented by one test. But a doctor got the nose at a joint because somebody wanted the second opinion. Bitch, it wasn't your fucking money. And wait a minute, I heard your license got suspended because you were just like the drug addict that was in the system too. That ended up a man shooting him because of her, that doctor. A man ended up shooting himself right out in front of her office at the doctor's office because she was taking advantage of a challenged person. And everybody from our home knows that. And if you fucking defend them, you're a fucking sorry excuse for a human being. What? Because they're your friend? The same two people damn near fucking killed my ex-husband. Yes, so to put it there. This video here is front lobby of where I was living. This guy was at my house. This guy lived upstairs. This is the one that's no longer allowed around. Now, I'm standing there and I'm talking to these people, and this is how quick it happens. Let's see if we can see what we're doing. See, he went and he called 911, but I was unconscious, and 911 was like the ambulance were treating me like shit. And that was the day that I got taken to the hospital, and I was unconscious. And the nurse in there, she was taken. This is when after that was when I actually started like blood started out. She took, and they do this, okay? They right on the bone. She wasn't on the bone, and she was excessive. She was over here, and she was just I could feel it, and I was in a lot of pain, but my body could not respond. It was like a disconnection. I could feel it, but unable to respond. And the whole time she's doing that, she's laughing and saying, "We have someone here playing cat and mouse with us. Go fuck yourself, bitch. You shouldn't be in that field." Because I know if she did it to me, she was doing it to other people. That's cruel and unusual behavior and treatment. I was home, I had no responsibility. So yeah, I found that pretty perturbing because they sent me home 2 days later. I was having like stuttering. It was like I was like even my dad would get frustrated with me because it was like I was communicating with my mom. Because after that, that's when my mom came to me and I contacted the medium, and that's when the medium told me that a grumpy old man between the time I was born and the age of 2 attached himself to me. And at the same time of that happening, she kept saying that she had somebody else coming in, and they wanted to give a message, and they kept saying like the name starts with an S, and then all this is saying it. And it was like that's my mom. This person couldn't go research me because she didn't have the information to know who the fuck I was. So she said that my mom was telling me not to worry, that everything was going to be okay. And then I had a dream, vision that my rest of my family was leaving me to drive and saying that nothing was wrong. And then in this vision, my mom come and got me, and she took me into this underground facility. And the guy that's not around here anymore, at that time, he wrote, "It's not mental health." I watched this video 1,000 times, trying to get to the bottom of this. I didn't need him to get like this guy did care, but his attitude was just too fucked up. But that day it just come like like spew because I was feeling so much, and it was just like holy shit. I just wanted like this was last year. I just wanted everybody to fuck up my life. And my ex-husband said quite a few times that this person wouldn't let anybody hurt me. They probably wouldn't, but it's that part of, some people just really need to go get some help. Just like I had to, but my mental health was caused from physical pain that the doctors were paying no mind to because they kept telling me that I was fake this, that I was fake because Dr. Alan Abbas, he said that I had conversion disorder, which I call that bullshit disease, because their treatment for that was, just treat them like one way or another and you'll go away. Yeah, because most of them take your life away. He's another doctor that should not be a doctor. Okay, so that was in 2017 video that you see people do, and that had been happening a lot. So my head was smashed into the ground all the time. There was one where I was kind of in between my living room and my dining room, and I was sitting on the couch, and I was I had an ice cream sandwich, and I went to get up. brain just gave out. It was like I went unconscious, and when I went unconscious, I was kind of standing up, and my body it just went. It slammed into hardwood floors on the ground floor, which had a fucking 2x4 right on the. Needless to say, I couldn't move, and I had fucking flu coming in. And then I was at Costco because I had to go into the doctor trying to get this, and telling them, like, I'm going unconscious. Like, I'm fucking, my head smashing. And then June 25th of 2019, I was in Costco with my ex-husband. And a lot of the time, it was like my body was suffering because the year before that, I had the surgery, and they were doing the same thing on the scrotum because when I was in the recovery room, I could hear them calling my name, but I couldn't respond to them. So they started doing the grinding there, and they started doing the digging in the toes. And when I come, my body came out. I was screaming and crying because I was in so much pain. So the day that I'm going to show you with regards to the dog, I went there because I had been spitting up blood. I even had the blood in a pill, but they said because it wasn't in a state of sanitary call, they couldn't do that. I fucking spat it up, asshole. You shouldn't have your license here or any other province or country. So I went down we were walking around and we were by one of the sample places. He took a sample and he asked me, "Oh, no." And when I said no, I felt myself just, and then I said, I'm done. And then I went down and when I went, he grabbed my arm here and we grabbed my arm. He was coming on the other side. So when he grabbed my arm, it torqued my body. So it twisted this arm that way. And then he let go because I was a dead weight. He let go. And we let go. My body went sideways and my hip smashed into the concrete floor. Then my shoulder came in and my body folded over like this in half. And then my head dropped sideways, like just Joan. And then my face smashed and then my and they were getting you get irritated because I couldn't respond. And I was in the middle of the floor. And they were trying I couldn't even hold my head up. It was like a newborn baby. My head, they put it up and it just dropped. He kept getting irritated with that. So, I have a lack of respect, but I still even when I have a lack of respect, I'm not cheap. And this includes the system. So after that happened, I was going to the gym and everything like that. And it's like everything's good. I had nobody to stay with after that. And I wouldn't go in the ambulance because whenever I went to uni to Oslo, they treated me like fucking dirt. So I may as well go home and just, if I wake up the next morning, I guess I fucking wake up the next morning. That was my mindset. And then my body started kind of caving in, and I was having a lot of chest pain. And the home care workers, they wanted to take me off. They was like, oh, you're not going to do anything. They're just going to tell me it's mental health and we'll send it home. In a 2.5 month period, roughly 2.5, 3 month period, between going to walk-in clinic, emergency, once I even went on the phone, that's over. I think I say I went about 15 times. And really, the last time that I had gone, I was sitting in the waiting room and I wasn't well. I could feel myself literally. And he was telling me to go, like, I'm going to show you after I showed the doctor side of it. I'm going to show you the video that I did describing those experiences. So this day and I was having a lot of pain all the way up my spine. So this day that this video was done, I was sitting in the waiting area. There was a couple next to me, and my ex-husband got irritated and I told him, get the fuck out. Go. You can't sit with me. Go. The couple were next to me were really concerned, like, do you want us to go get him? So I sat there alone and was sitting there and I could feel things happening. And I could feel what felt like it was like a pocket of air or a bubble or something. It might have been probably a bone right. And I could feel it. It was traveling. It was going down here and it was going up, 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 and then all of a sudden it was and it blew up. Like that. First comes over. Sarah, you're having an anxiety attack. You breathe. I am fucking breathing. I was sitting there like that for 14 hours. And when they took me in the back, like this is without EKGs or anything like that, after that happened, I really what it felt like. I explained it to them. Then they took me in the back like 14 hours later. And they got an EKG machine. Check my heart. So they hooked me all up. They defined them on the test. I was looking, they started looking. Did it again. No reading. Did it again. Did it again. No reading. Did this 5 times. I never got a reading. So they said, well, maybe it's a machine. So they went and got another machine. Same thing. 5 times. And no reading. Oh, well, they just left that and said, oh, we'll go. maybe that was different because I think, oh, it was, it put me in another group. And they brought a social worker in, mental health social worker. And they sent me for a CT scan. This was September 25th. So 3 months, 3 months after. So I was deteriorating for quite some time because it was December that I got. So they put me in a room, they did the CT scan. And the doctor that did the CT, that ordered the CT scan, she said that she was going to be actually test further. But the shift changed. Right? My ex-husband was there. He was irritated because I asked him to do a video. Like, why wouldn't you want somebody to do a video, knowing that they've been treated like a piece of shit throughout the medical system? So hey, let's have a see it this week. Okay? Now I was in this video I explained to him. I even asked him before I started living it, and first he says, well, that's my real diagnosis. And then he said, well, you have to talk to your doctor about that because there's many different types of rhythm. Those are things that just told me that part of rhythm is a diagnosis. So you're telling me arrhythmia and that I had gone through 10 EEGs and not one of them, or sorry, EKGs and not one of them gave a reading. Let's watch this. Just 1 second. See if I can do this. Cool.
Wait, I don't know enough about. I don't think there's anything serious there. All it's okay. I think we got to learn. Um, but I don't know enough about that, and that's not a real, I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, I asked if there's somebody saying anxiety.
Sure.
So that's why I asked that question.
Sure. And I think congregation would probably be able to, yeah, hard to admit, really diagnosed. That's not a diagnosis. Type of arrhythmia.
Heart arrhythmia is not a real diagnosis, and anything seems to contradict it. Is heart arrhythmia a real diagnosis? Oh, wait. What is heart arrhythmia? Heart arrhythmia is an irregular heartbeat that results from an issue with the heart's electrical signals causing the heart to beat too fast, too slowly, or with an inconsistent pattern. And they had just done 10 EKGs on me, and my heart wasn't being detected. Common symptoms include feeling like your heart is skipping a beat, profound or racing heart, dizziness, shortness of breath. While some heart arrhythmias are harmless, others can be serious and require medical treatment to prevent complications like stroke or heart failure. How many fucking times did I have a stroke? Because if you can tell, my mouth is down one side. And every time I would not be able to walk at all. And when I did talk, it was all stuttered. But hey, I don't have a medical degree. And obviously, ladies and gentlemen, you shouldn't fucking have one either. I'm more qualified than you. So let's finish here.
Heart arrhythmia. No, I'm not so
For conversion disorder, they tell them to do this. This is part of their therapy. Dismiss them. Let them get irritated and aggravated with you so that you can put them out and say, oh, you're too difficult.
we start with about a week. Sometimes heart arrhythmia is probably
Didn't he just get this saying it wasn't a diagnosis and now he's saying it's 12 different ones? You know, some of you say, well, we don't care. You say you don't care about other people. No, I do care about other people. But I know that helping them individually is not going to fucking help them in the long run because you got to go after the fuckers right here. And I do say fuckers. So if you're a doctor and you're like this, you're a fucker. And needless to say, I don't go to a hospital or a doctor.
I don't know what they do. So, any question with
Well, it's not actually disclosing the straight movement back and forth.
So, 30% of period provides serious.
Yes, yes.
get a big scan, got a big expensive test done. These are the people that are taking care of the family members. But see, you'll throw shit at me, right? You tell me that I'm the fucking problem. And I was so nice. And I'm still nice. I may say that, I don't want to hear your stuff anymore. Because I'll get to the other video where I tell people, you've got to stand up for yourself. Even if you look like a fucking lunatic. You're crazy.
It's great.
Keep taking hands off. That's patronizing.
I want to get them to their idea.
Now, that was September 25th, 2009. After I went down to the hospital, I'm going to explain what I was experiencing. I was in there with some blood. They did 10 kgs, not getting a reading at all. He tells me that heart arrhythmia is not a real it's not a diagnosis. But then he goes on to say that there are 12 different ones after he said that heart arrhythmia was not a diagnosis. It didn't matter. Dismissed heart arrhythmia. And then he patronized me and said about the expensive test, the big expensive test, and patronized me. That's how they treat people that is diagnosed with conversion disorder. So maybe you should be getting hold of your own medical records. And then you'll find out why you're not getting treated. Second, let's move on. Now we're going to go to a video that I did January 10th after I died in my own home on the couch because doctors wouldn't fucking listen to me. And you think I shouldn't spit in your face? This was during January of 2020. This was after I died, just after Christmas, because it was January 10th. And it was 14 years after I died. Minus 3 years. Hey everyone, I'm coming in public now. It's getting really scary. I'm going to say it's anxiety. I went to the hospital Monday by ambulance because I had really bad pain right in here. Don't know. And at one point, the ambulance had come into me. They practically drugged me out. Instead of putting me on a gurney, they made me walk out and then made me get into the ambulance by myself. And I had been throwing up like violently. It was acid. And whenever like I could actually physically blow, it was like blowing a bubble with gum. I mean, it was a clear fluid with a bunch of crystals in it. And I actually have a picture on my Facebook showing, that I do have a group speak out about your experiences with the healthcare system. And I went to the hospital again on Monday and got sent home once again. I got diagnosed with acid reflux back in November. But I've been having weird things in my body. I've been pooping black stool. I brought up clots. I went to the emergency Monday. They left me waiting. They treated me like it was anxiety when it felt like if right now my hands are really cold. It feels like frostbite. So I learned so whenever it looked like a panic or anxiety, it just ignored me. Yeah, the doctor did a medical exam, didn't say anything about that. I got sent home with a prescription that's like Maalox. And tried to contact my doctor in 2 3 weeks. He also stated that he believes there may be an abdominal bleed. I looked it up on the internet and they took my blood. They said my hemoglobin is normal, but you can leave it internally and your hemoglobin can come back normal. It's hard to do imaging and they never did. I'm sorry. I've just been going through this 6 months now, and it gets worse over time. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep. I've been very agitated and angry, wanting to run away from myself. That's it. Being dead would be better than this, but I'm not taking my life because they can't get away with this anymore. Somebody's gonna stand up and say something. The saying that I always say is, we're not alone. They walk together. Everyone's afraid to speak out because they're afraid of losing their doctor. What about losing their lives? So many people have lost their lives and had their lives because doctors don't listen to the patients. They look at a chart. If you have stress, anxiety, depression, that's what they direct it towards. It's not fair, it's not right, because they're more tortured. And I lost. And I'm tired. I keep going forward. I've been using aromatherapy, even on my body. Hot abs, my I I have a good memory, but it hasn't been really good for me. I just don't think this is right. I'm on a waiting list for an endoscopy. And I don't remember that. I don't seem to be too important. This video was done in January 2020, and I still haven't been sent that. I'm speechless because our medical system failed us all completely. Right now, I have a really cold feeling going through my body. My lips get cold. My nose gets cold. My hands and arms. Everything just feels like I was left outside and feel frostbite. But that's anxiety. I don't think so. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear it.
Feel that I went to the hospital on September 25th. Same thing. But that's a test that you do at the dark machine. Who's had that happen? Sorry about that. Some of you know that I went to the hospital on September 25th for the same thing. At that time, they did enhanced CT scan. And the doctor came in to give me the results. I recorded him. I posted it on my group. I posted it under my name to YouTube. Tried asking questions. He was more like trying to shush me, shut me, get me out of there. Meanwhile, while I'm trying to ask questions,
This is
he
January.
puts his hand on my arm like this and says, "Now, Tara, we just done a very expensive test. The most expensive test that we do at the Dartmouth Clinic. How did that happen? Is that proper behavior? Proper conduct? There are patients there because they're not feeling well. Did they really give a crap how much the test cost? He said it came back normal. I sort of beg to differ. I don't even think he really read it because when he first came on his shift, he had a he had a social worker come in and see me. First thing she said about was anxiety and stress. The only main stress that I have is what's happening to my body. When he did the abdominal CT scan, he did from here down. And what's really happening is from here up. And I told them. And if you watch the video, you will actually see in the video that's what I told him. Join my group. Tell your story. Get it out in the open so that we can do something about it instead of complaining about the medical system and the lack thereof of doing their job. When I was there on Monday, just passed, January 6th, I was told that there was 63 people at Emerge at the same time and only 2 doctors. Some people think sometimes, well, you look fine. I look fine because I don't want people knowing that I don't feel good. The only people who know that I'm not feeling well are my family. And they're frustrated. And it hurts. It's, you can't talk to anyone. I've been told before, oh, all the doctors can't be wrong. Then again, they can if they're all following suit. Plus, well, some people say, like, smart syndrome. And when they have that and file or stress and anxiety, what you, everyone's supposed to follow suit. They're supposed to basically treat you like crap. So if you won't want to go back to the hospital,
and I don't want to go back. I feel like something bad's going to happen. There's periods for where my body will go into convulsions, and I want to go out like I'm conscious, but I force myself to stay awake. Everybody knows when something is wrong with themselves. If I'm depressed, I'm the first to admit it, and I'm the first to make an appointment. Or I ask for antidepressants. I know that anxiety or panic attacks, it doesn't feel like you have frostbite. But when you go to the hospital and you're considered minor, you're left in a hallway. So there's nothing for you to show that when this stuff happens, this is actually something wrong. There's no blood pressure machine. There's no oxygen. Right now, when it gets a cold, the roof of my mouth gets cold too. I get really cracking, popping, feeling all right in here. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't want people around me because I don't want them seeing it. I don't want people to know. Yes, I do go out. I go out to sing. I'm gonna put makeup on. Makeup hides it all. Worry. My hands are very cold. I called 811 today and they didn't think I had an emergency because my hemoglobin was normal. Please, everyone, look up abdominal bleeding because it can come from acid reflux. Nobody could ever be a vampire because if you're swallowing blood, it makes
That's
you
why
very
you're all crazy.
nauseous. Monday I went to the hospital because of the acid feeling and throwing up and nothing coming but right here to the point where I was literally screaming and crying, and I didn't even do that in labor. Honestly, right now, I would rather be in labor. And what I'm going through, I will not wish harm my worst enemy, no matter how much I hate the word poison. I had a friend back in 2010. He had bad acid reflux and he was eating candy gummies, like candy. When we got back, we found out he was in the hospital and it doesn't care. because he was having trouble breathing, which I have a lot of that. It's like something's closing off. And I described it before that I feel like I'm drowning my own body fluids. I think there's been a few times where I start going into shock, but I guess you never know how powerful the brain is until you really determine. Am I going to die? I don't know. Someday. We all do. When, you just don't know. You walk out of the street tomorrow, get hit, and gone. But like I said, we're all one alone. But we can be a rock together. I've contacted the news and they don't want to contact me back. They don't want to get involved. I keep all my medical documents. Paranoid? Nope. Just know how the system's been working. I wanted to run and go back to Alberta, where I got medical treatment before. Don't have the money for it. I'm not going to ask anyone.
I ended up asking them.
But I have someone that if anything happens to me, it wasn't because I took my own life. And I told him, did you have an autopsy done? I am sorry for crying. I've just been going through this for so long. And I can't find it no more. I hope that you all listen and hear what I'm saying and start standing up for yourself. No one else is going to. They're just going to keep getting away with doing what they do. And that's saving the mighty dollar. Everyone have a great day. I hope you're all having a great week. Drive safe and stay safe. So that was so helping me pay rent while I was up there. But it wasn't easy being up there because it was just a constant battle. I was in a place for 392, which were narcissists. The owner told me that I wasn't allowed to put a blanket at my door when I had a glass frosted door. And I ended up getting to check my oxygen. And at some point it was like, holy shit, it was not, I should, like, you almost shouldn't be like, it was going through up there, and then because of the
afternoon and I was from that going to church for it, but that's also called. We thought that came to the church and then he took me to the man's place to get his stuff and then I got up and stayed in the hotel and I got back up before they and I went in on that walk down. So he said to me, like, your stuff follows the rules. So hey, I needed, I had no closeness, and I just wanted to be around someone. And I had to come home because it was COVID and I had no money. And I couldn't handle being at that guy's place. So I had to put my medical stuff aside and come home. So when I got home, my nephews started bringing things to me with regards to the information system and what have you. And I started looking into things. The body's so ready to be. And on March 31st or something like that, at 3:30 in the morning, 3:33 in the morning, I did an IQ test after no sleep for about 2-3 days and got 113. So where did the 89 IQ come from? Oh, right. It was because I wasn't well and he put me in front of a fucking computer for almost 10 hours straight. And I was constantly solving problems. It's like, do you check to see how fast somebody can solve a problem? To be able to distinguish between it all. So if you can make them mentally ill, it makes them physically. So I come back from Alberta, I was doing that stuff. And as I was doing it, and I was bringing it forward on YouTube and just decoding everything and what have you, I started decoding it extremely fast. And then it was really strange because I could feel people watching me. And others would say, oh, that was just a paranoia. No, it wasn't a fucking paranoia. It was actually people watching. Because not only at that time I was starting to feel things and experience. And the night of the supermoon, I had been messaging back and forth with this guy that I knew a long time ago. And we would talk about this stuff on his Facebook and what have you. And I was having really weird sensations and feelings going through my body. It was like I was getting ready for a spiritual battle. My nephew was there. And strangely, I had this paper. It had the different names of the angelic beings and what happened to their archangels and what have you. And as I started reading, my body started kind of shaking. It was like I had to start. And then, strangely, I laid on the floor, and I was laying on the floor, and I was straight out, and I had my arms fixed. I could feel it. The agitation shifted. So, I'm just gonna, like, I don't know what I was typing this guy and saying and telling him, like, you watched. And they said, like, to describe and what have you, and I was describing. And then all of a sudden, I had this sensation in my belly. on, and it was deep, and it come up, and it was just like, whoosh. And I started, my body started jerking. And I laid down like this, and then I thought, okay, no, oh, like I know what I'm in for. I know what's going on now, because it reminded me of in 1999 when I first used the Egypt board and didn't know what to do. So I figured, no, I'm going to get on the floor. And then I was like, no, because there's a lot of pressure, and I'm starting like what you see, like what have you. It's that energetic warrior. And I went in my bed, and when I went in my bed, I had my dog and my cat was up in the bed. And I put my dogs back there because I was living with my cat and hooked up the mouth. And it was like, yes, and it was like the little coming out of me and snowing and growling and chasing after the cat. Good morning, fucked up shit. I'm getting to the point where, you know, the medical system didn't help me, but the true creator did, the spirit did. So then all of a sudden, like it was going after the cat, and then all of a sudden it started attacking me. And it was using the left hand in my body, and it was trying to rip up my ribs, get in under and grab my heart out, and rip my throat out, and twist my head off, and gouge my eyes out. And I mean, it was fucking trying to tear, and that point it felt like something was trying to fight at my vagina. So it was like something was, it was like animals trying to tear me to pieces. And when it started happening, it was like spirit, God, it took over. And it took me and put me in here. I was aware that everything was happening. But what it was doing, it wasn't hurting me. And then all of a sudden, this hand came up like that, and it was like it grabbed an energy, and it just started twisting, twerking, and just moving. I can do that to my own body, not to it. And I was going like this, and it was like catching me, catching me, catching me, and squeezing, and I could feel it. It was like I was coming back into my body, and I could feel my whole left side of my body, including my internal organs and muscles and everything. It was all twisting, crushing, and it was coming out of my nose. For me, it was like what it was trying to tear me apart. It was a gift factor. Fuck you put her gift to us now. And then it was, what the fuck are you doing trying to make us feel human beings? And this was in a very demonic voice. And the more it did, it was like the energy was being torqued, twisted, manipulated, squeezed. And then all of a sudden, my hand went like that, and I screamed, God help me. And no word of a lie, this was the night afternoon of April 7th, 2020. And the light just whoosh, right between the fucking lookers and then the light. Nothing. It was like a vibration in my body that like my whole inside was going like this, my head was just like, and I mean, it was fast. How the fuck I made it through, I don't know. And then it stopped. That went on for about 5 minutes, and then another. When I got done doing that, I said, I was asking for God's help again. I'm ready again. And then it hit again. And that went on for about 2 minutes, and then it was like really fucking out of time. Because it's like, nothing. And then I felt it was like something was moving my body up. This side, like this on the bed, moving my body up to here, and then did this. And it was catatonic. And I could hear my cat, and he was chirping, like literally chirping to birds. They were chirping. And I could hear in English that she's okay. She's going to be okay. She's going to be okay. And that happened the night after I started channeling a bunch of beings and them saying that Lucifer go home to Father, Father's died. And I could feel something right at the edge of my bed on her knees looking at me. I could feel it was like I could feel myself dying. And that's when I started connecting. So I come around, and then that day it was like I told my son and my nephew, go get me a bunch of soap. It was like, cleanse the place. So I started going around, and I could feel it was still that internal, like it was still that war. And that night, I did take a bunch of pills. I took the pills, I said on there, but at 30 words of hydrogen, 10 milligrams each. So that'd be what, 100 milligrams? And that wasn't including all the other stuff that I was taking. So I hear my mom and this man, he was a good old man. My mom and this man trying to keep me going because I keep saying it. And I took the pill bottle, and I was like, they were right there with me. I was like, don't do it, don't do it, don't please do it, don't do it, don't do it, come on. And I took the pill bottle, and it helped me keep this. I took the pill bottle, and if I'm meant to be saved, I need to be saved. And I could feel myself like slipping really fast. I just laid on the bed. I just looked there. And my mom and this man, they're like, what did you do, Tara? I don't know. What did you do? Come on. And my body was shaking. It was shaking. Come on, honey, get up. Come on, Tara, you gotta get up, honey, get up.
And then that's when first my left leg was floating. So, and then, come on, my right leg was floating. Pulled up, straight up off the bed. Come on, you gotta walk through this. The left side of my body was just, everything was drooping. Like, come on, you gotta get up, girls, come on. And they had me going around cleaning to keep me distracted, and I go get the pills. Then they got me a towel, and I gave me a towel, and I said, pills. You're my pills. I went to bed, and every time I woke up, I kept taking pills. Middle of the night, I woke up, and I was throwing up, but there was no noise. It was like something was trying to be quiet, so you could hear. And it was like water, really old. And then somebody, it was like something like, get up! So I jumped up. I was confused. It was my body, but it was my body. It disappeared. It was weird because I went up to my door and I could keys it back. The keys I looked at people. And there was this really tall guy standing at the door going into this apartment. But it was strange because it was a new lady who lived there. But when I opened the door, it was there. Started over and just feel seeing two people from me. And then I went to the key, it went to the door, I feel something outside my door. And it went like that. And I looked at people and there were these younger, mid-20-year-old men walking past my door and then used the cell phone. So I messaged my ex-husband and said, like, oh, I need help. And it like kept going like this. And I kept opening the door like a group of people and then they would sit right along the edge of the wall. And then for the people, they'd be there. I whip open the door, nobody there. Close the door, and people did that 4 times. Each time I opened the door, I needed to leave. And I just stood there and looked at people, these same people who had already gone away. So the fifth time I went to the door, I could hear this most of the coyote was missing over and reached the back of the brick. And my ex-husband, he was driving up because
It was those ones from the night before. So I whipped open the door and nobody was there. And I went back in my dining room and I could feel something. I knew something was there. And, I said, I know you're here, so show me something. I see it. It's, when I looked in the mirror, so three behind the speaker and two on the couch. One at each end. One was a really tall being, so that if they stood up, would have been about 9, 10 feet tall. The one at the other end of the couch was very Mongol, big and Mongolian like looking. If they stood up, they would have been about 6'9", 7 foot. And then the three behind the speaker, it was what appeared to be like a gray bluish looking being with big black eyes, black hair down to about here. But they were wearing what it was like a blue, like almost a gray blue suit that actually looked like a scuba, very tight. And on each side of that were two young one wearing a black gown and one wearing a so that's when I was invited into my room. Like, I think it's two of them in lost to sleep. There's not supposed to be like a thing. But two of them in the big ones. And at that time, I was fighting for my life. And then at the same time, I was being raped by the wolf. I was screaming for help. I could hear people outside. I was screaming for help. Coming. There was people knocking on my door, but my son, he had my house key, so I couldn't understand that. But I was calling for help as they were knocking on the door, and that happened a number of times. And then my ex-husband, and all of a sudden, they opened the door for mail. So, hey, dude, we'll get to that. So, my ex-husband came in, all of a sudden, my son came in, and the superintendent. And then my folks started ringing, my sister over my youngest son, and I'm laying there, and my hands are here, and I'm here, and my shirt is up. And my ex-husband blamed me for it. It was up for him who possessed me. For my ex-husband was just one major fucking asshole. So my ex-husband, come with me, you're going, come with me. And I was hesitant and I didn't want to go because these beings were saying, if you go, we're going after you. So needless to say, the police were there.
went to use the bathroom. And let's just say an unusual amount of semen came rushing out of me. And that was when the real awakening started, because that would have been that happened on Thursday. And then Good Friday, I was in the room and my ex-husband came in because my body, like, it was a weird storm. My body was like being bashed and was convulsing. And my ex-husband, oh, you're not possessed. You're not possessed. It doesn't go down. You're not possessed. Hey, fucker, go fuck off in a corner somewhere. Because you were a real pepperheaded fucking weirdo. So that was going on. Like, get the fuck, I told you, get the fuck out. Get out. And then I, like, when was dying down, I got out. And I went out and was standing in the dining window. And the clouds started coming out into the clouds. So I just locked eyes with the sun. And all of a sudden, like, this was like, big spiral. My something was opening up, and then it was like the sun was gone. And then as the sun came back and closed, I see this whole, I don't know, like, even about that tall, like, it was a little beam, but whether it was the beam itself or whether it had some kind of weird orange uniform. And it was at the end of the driveway, and then it was closer. And then also on the outside of the coat, the truck, and then all of a sudden it's at the door. And it's like it wants, yeah, and it's like, no, you ain't getting in, like, you ain't getting in. That's where I was, and all of a sudden, like, I was seeing some, like, demon-looking faces in, and I was seeing what appeared to be a lot of native heads. And my ex-husband was acting really strange. And at one point, it was like I took it went like that because it felt like something was trying to snap, so I went like that. And then once I went like that, my ex-husband he gets his head and he goes, "Hey, you!" And then comes over and starts trying to sit. And I was having feelings that, it was like something that it was like something that it was like fighting in my vagina where I was literally going like this, trying to push it. So that was good. Like, that would have been Good Friday. That I seen the thing with the sun and everything. Saturday, not really much. I just started doing some coding and things like throwing demos and like they want to do it. And that was also saying Tesla back or Tesla back following through. And on Easter Sunday, I was out laying on the deck, staring up at the sun. And all of a sudden, the sun was like this, and it just started separating. It had a bright light slice and a black slice. And as it said, I felt it was like something, the spirit stepped in
And I stood up and I was walking across the back of the farmer's field. And it's like it was disgust. And then walked back, laid down the same spot. I could feel it leave. And then the two slices come back together. That's the sun. And I love a picture so much where the sun is here. And then the stone moves over here. It's clear. The stone moves. After that, I started having different experiences. I started getting strange rashes on my body. You will. Sometimes you even get what appears to be a I know someone who's sitting, they had a rash, and you could read what it said. Not only me seeing it, but others seen it. That was on the screen. And then I was standing in front of the TV one day and watching Ancient Aliens. Just watch us. Watching Ancient Aliens and they show the hieroglyphics. Show the hieroglyphics. I started speaking in different tongue language, like I was reading the hieroglyphics. And after I started just speaking, just like, how can I get there sometimes? Don't let it come out. And I went home. There was still in that time when we know what, home. And I decided, I had this terror thing. And I went in and it did this thing like what you and I put help because without your help, then it's a struggle for the rest. Help wasn't there. And I ended up being because I thought I was going to get like something sent to me through an email that was supposed to be sent out to me. And it was really, really strange because I did that. It was like that night or the next night. That I went to bed and I woke up to the news. It was like a shaman woman. And I could hear it because I never had anything wrong. And I went out and there was nothing. I didn't hear it. Afterwards, I was hearing it for the next day. I even laid on my couch. I was like this. It was going like that with my legs. Like my legs were going to the beat of the music. And then when it became more, I laid down on my and I was like, I meditate, stay with Because like if you watch the movie Frozen 2, where Elsa goes down into the pits find out the truth. So I went deep in the dark, and I could hear people saying, "Oh, Mom, you gotta come home. Terrible. Mhm. All the voices." Oh, that's weird. That was 2020 Easter. And then in January 21, I called the fucking going on here because I felt like that animal again. That's part of the reason why I tore the fucking door off the hinges of the stairs because it was like that shaking, that inner animal that just fucking got wild. And I wanted to eat deer meat, raw deer. It's like a snarling, growling. Oh yeah, I was going through a lot. It was like I had it was like I had Michael and Lucifer beside me. But almost like that was real. I went back to the close the door. And she was I was at the same time that it was like, and it felt like a transfer of the roof. At first, I thought I stuck my finger in the lid and I felt it. But you could stick a open cool. You hold the push hard.
woke up and it was like my room was full of smoke. And they told me that all the lights in the stacks were over the window in my room. You can't open the window. So how many times did you try to guess? It's a question. And it's a legitimate one. Because that come on the heels of you wanting energy that you can't hide. Then I ended up in there again in October because, ouch, oh, like shit was happening. And I already explained that before. I was really messed up because we were like, telling my great grandparents and everything like that, and what happened there, and like, holy shit, man. I didn't have, it's not, it wasn't a psychosis. It's just like, holy fuck, I was in the spirit world. And yeah, I was channeling like the spirit of Mary Magdalene. Yeah, I went home because he was lost. And I ended up running through a trail, and in the middle of that trail, it was like there was a crossover. And I came up to I was told to pick up a stick and walk. And that is the day that a whole other because that was the day that I met the Spirit of God or Jesus, Lucifer, because I had somebody on this yeah, right in my entry there. Doing some stuff like I stood there. My God. So I'm like, my God, I am Lucifer. I can't fucking believe that! Ugh! But when I went running for Christopher, this happened. I ended up running into someone. That's what I said, like, and that was the day that my life changed. see earlier, it was like that it was, you look at the story of Cain and Abel. It's like, was the spirit that inhabited my ex-husband Cain. And I say that because not long after that, I started channeling Cain, and Cain was in cage. It's like Cain was the wolf, the dog, which St. Christopher was portrayed as being the face of the dog, the one that carried the devil and Jesus. So I don't need people thinking I'm crazy because I already thought I was until I realized that it's spirit. It's not mental. It's spiritual. And what makes it mental is the mindset of it because you don't understand what it is that you're experiencing. So I healed. I learned how to manipulate my own energy outside of me and inside of me. I don't do it to affect other people. So I move myself. So when I'm doing this and I'm concentrating and I go like that and stuff like that, it's because I'm connected with the internal parts of me. And sometimes I'm connected with other people because it's like an energy laser. But I use it on my own body. It's like I use it as well. And it's really like, feel like something like to throw up. Like I can actually feel it. It's like and when I catch, it's like I get there and then I send it there and it's like it was good. Or sometimes it's to twist it, to torque it. And I tell people like if you got pain, if you have say you have your back is hurting, you have back pain, lean into that pain and hold it. And then sometimes go like lean into the pain, go just slightly beyond the pain and hold it. And it will release. Because that's how I started doing it with my back. Lay in the bed and I'd have the pain and it was just like, and I go right into it and go that extra mile and I just hold it and I hold it and I even help it squeeze and then it just lets go because it's that part of how much power you do actually have to yourself. You just have to push that. I was doing something one day and I took a hammer and I had seen the hammer hit my nail like a minute or two prior to me actually doing that motion. You would have thought, fair warning, lady, go hit the fucking nail. Hey, so and when it hit, I mean, it was metal and hammer, and it was like, "Oh, fuck." So I grabbed a hold of it, it was like and then Spirit and Mom and them, they're all putting it in their thing, "Hey, just wait, just think your way through it, like, where what are you" and they're telling me that it's something that I see happen. So it was more of that direct connection, seeing it happen, it made it even like, I mean, it fucking hurt. But it was taking your mind away from it, and when I started taking my mind away from it, distracting myself, the pain went away. But I really know I fucking smashed it. So it started most of the time you get that hit and then turn your whole nail black and go up. Well, mine hit there, it turned black there, and then it just started moving out. So I talked my way through that because I took control of it. It was like it's not hurting. And people say, well, that's a psychopathic right. Well, no, you can experience pain. But why do you have to remain concentrated on it? That's what keeps the slow healing process because you keep running. So it wasn't a medical system. It wasn't a religious congregation or anything like that with the spiritual. There's nothing to do. It was all me spirit and observing other people and the experiences that they were putting in me helped me to grow and realize that hey, this is not me. And I could be anywhere. That's the part of the master. You become the master. And then you teach others. But see, people can't be taught how to do it if they're not willing to understand it. They're gonna mock it because that sounds foolish. How much more foolish can it be than you laying in a machine that's going bang, clang, and clang, 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 that's just creating very trouble and then disease involved. Can you put pretty much anything on it, being aware that you're doing it, that's the thing. You should be able to feel your own energy. If you're not feeling your own energy, then something's if I can't feel my energy out here, I go in here and I work from in here. That's the way I tell people that I'm in the physical world, but I'm always also in the spirit world. I'm saying my energy right now. You can actually you feel it. You heal. Because you allow yourself to see what it is that you are slowly able to PTSD. So do I suffer from PTSD? What do you think? But I'm still looking through it. And exposing it because, like I said earlier, the poison you gave to me, it's going to go back to you. And the only difference is I'm not sending it to you. It's because that poison belongs to you. It's your poison. When are you going to talk about your poison? So now, narcissist, the ones that did in the system, they know who they are. Bringing this stuff forward on me, the most politically correct. That's why I encourage people to share their story. Almost 90, I think, and getting some who actually went through the same experience where they're mad because you're innocent. Yes, I'm it's like right up. You know, what one is it you say about that has the horn? Okay. Because how how is it? Because it's like if you look at the world today, you're comparing it to people who are deformed, right? You have the ancient civilizations where they have heads like that, and you would class those like if you ever watched the movie The Coneheads, right? Because it was like elongated, right? And some are born okay because like what happens today happened in those times. So the horn how did the horn actually occur? Was it a deformation caused by a suction type thing to pull it through, to bring it through, and it was on one part more than the other? Because I'm talking about during labor, there should be a safer way without using forms of forced substances, whether it's like a human or an animal, because you're what you do there, it does have an effect, whether it be on the physical brain part of it or whether it be on the physical structure. But one way, labor does not have to be as hard as there are many safer ways. Yeah, another thing because we got talking about pregnancy. So I said spirit takes me where I need to be when I need to be, because in 2013 I did start. And see, when you have an operation, you're supposed to be placed in what is called a recovery, where there are monitoring nurses and they're checking your vitals and what have you. In 2013, when I had my hysterectomy, I didn't wake up in recovery. But see, when I first went into my surgery, the anesthesiologist, the one that inserts does the IVs and then puts the solution in, she put the needle in, and you can see under it because she wasn't being attentive. And when she took the solution, she took and she squeezed it really fast instead of pushing it in slowly. She pushed it, and all the solution came on my hand. She took a towel. She started blotting. So taking the IV out, starting over again. She started toweling, and then she took a bunch of tape and she just started wrapping it around my neck. And she looks at me and says, "Let's hope it doesn't fall over the surgery." So what was going on there? Because a few years down the road, I actually spoke to somebody who worked in the OR, and that's when they told me that when you're doing surgery, halfway through surgery, they bring you out, or yeah, they bring you out halfway through surgery to check your vitals. See, when that happened, I was awake. I came all the way out because the actual solution didn't go in my bloodstream, so I was only running off of a face mask, more or less. And I remember everything being black, but I was screaming bloody blue murder for my mom when I could feel them cutting and pulling my insides out through my vagina. And then all of a sudden, I felt something cold go in my vein and something come over my face. And I woke up in my actual room with no nurses around, lights on. Confused. Just waiting for that then to say, oh, well, we'll just say it was an infection. Because you weren't real fucking, and there's a lot of talk about people's blood types, especially when it's an RH factor. You're not from this world, so they believe scientists are saying it. They steal, they take your eggs, but they'll say they don't. But there's actually National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, or PMC, PubMed Central. As a library, MLM provides access to scientific lectures, inclusive in an NLM database. It does not imply endorsements or agreement type. So now we will go down to use of aborted fetal tissue in vaccines and medicine research obscures the value of all human life. Abstract. The option addresses, the opinion addresses little business, risk benefits, and using aborted fetal tissue in vaccines and in medical research. Do you know that you have Rh negative and then you have the O negative group? The O negative group is the universal donor. The universal donor, okay, O negative can give to anybody. But they can only receive negative. And if there's not that, then you have to have placebo. I had 2 miscarriages. One when I was 17, and that was for twins. . And I had to go to the hospital twice because I was hemorrhaging, was whatever, clotting, and this man, if you can hear it. And they did an ultrasound, or they said that, like, when I went to the bathroom, they said, okay, like, so I'm home, I was still having the same thing, so I went back. They did an ultrasound, and they said that half of one baby was dead, and the other baby was still dead. So was one still alive? But you still took it. That was at 17, okay? And the same doctor that told my ex-husband and was, I went to her and she told, at 17, she told, because I told her I needed a needle. She told me to go home because I was going to lose the baby. So I didn't just lose one baby, I lost two. At 20, I had another miscarriage. And I was hemorrhaging into, and then the doctor, she came in, I had two forms I had to sign. I had to sign a form giving me permission to do a hysterectomy on me because they didn't figure that they were going to be able to get the stuff. And the other form was giving them permission to use plasma blood on me because they didn't have the 9-inch stuff. Or available. But I didn't have to have a transfusion. But I did lose that baby. And there's talk in certain places where they're saying that if somebody has that done, yeah, see, I said a man can have many children out there. Maybe the women have many children out there too. Only, they didn't realize that they were that they were egg donors. You know, I think there's something wrong with it if they're saying that like putting fetus tissue or animal tissue or anything like that in any vaccines is beneficial. You say stem cell research, I heard. Do you know that the technology is already out there that you don't have to use this stuff? But people say that's conspiracy theory. Seriously, go back and watch your fucking futuristic movies because they told you in there because it is out there. So Isto ko taj nušek. Vaccine generated using aborted fetal tissue to protect children from preventable diseases until alternative vaccines that do not use aborted fetal tissues are available. So shit could be putting wrong for our system. Seriously. That's even an industry there. Profitable to them. Women don't have to be losing their babies. Oh, hi. In medical research, cell lines that were generated from elective abortions should be avoided and alternative cell lines to its origin utilized. The association between intravenous virus infections and microfluorators have increased the demand for fetal tissue to establish casualties and to understand disease progression. These studies require excessive oversight as they could directly engage elective abortions, encourage elective abortions. I just got done saying that with like that's why I said it could be prevented. But because they want to continue with their experiments. Who exactly are they using this? Weren't people saying about this happening and everybody was saying, oh, that's a conspiracy? Is it really? I'm talking about the medical system here. The light bringer. Tarisika tanusha kemo sakareta. Surya doya. Tutumay. Haha. Esse tudo que tarisiko ya. Ya hamutu. These studies require the elective abortions. Consequences of the use of fetal tissue from elective abortions is desanitization of beneficiaries to the original illicit act of abortion, thereby obscuring the value of all human life and potentially leading to scandal. Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go get yourself some friends of you. Once I was 7 years, 51, And I'm not the, I may not have fun in the physical world, but I have family in the spirit. Summary. The use of fetal tissue from elective abortions is commonplace in pharmaceutical industries and in medical research. This opinion addresses the illicitness, sequential benefits, and subsequences of using fetal tissue from elective abortions for vaccines and in medical research. All people of good consciousness have the responsibility to voice opposition to the use of fetal tissues from elective abortions in order to promote development of alternatives, affirm the value of all human life, and limit scandal. I didn't give you permission. And I just heard about when you signed the paper. Yeah, I don't think so. Because that would be a misleading contract, even if you did have it in fine print. Because you know that most people don't read fine print, and that's how you fucking slide it in. It's called trickery. Someone just said stupid on your part. Because whether the person reads the contract or not, you had that original conversation first. There's a lot of stuff. You know. Some policies have fucking 800 pages. Some contracts have 800 pages, and they expect you to read all that. If something is like that, you shouldn't sign anything, and they shouldn't even be putting it out there. Keywords: abortion, ethics, fetal tissue research, vaccine. Despite the recent attention paid to Planned Parenthood's and robustness practices for providing aborted fetal tissue to research laboratories, Armour 2015, the criminalization of fetal tissue is not in practice. Utilization of embryonic and fetal cells for elective abortions in the pharmaceutical industry and medical research is complex. The Catholic Church's position on abortion is very clear. The moment of conception, the life of every human being is to be respected in an absolute way. Okay.
you have to be more clear on what you mean by that. Because if you're saying what I did for anyone in that situation, you're saying save the baby, not the adult. Or, okay, how did that go? Was it your church that made that family, that had that family keep that baby alive in a deceased person? Because that's a form of necromancy, right? Oh, right, aren't you preaching and like, well, you're not preaching, but in different books are saying ISIS did that to Osiris. Porque aí a sua is a form of necromancy. Only in this, you have the baby in the woman and you remove and sex with the corpse. But a form of artificial insemination. So yes, life should be valued. And both sides should be using the appropriate precautions so that if there is an unwanted baby, then that baby's life does not have to be spared. So I do, like, yes, life matters. That's why I get irritated when people say that we're taking the life of another. Because see, you could twist that and say it's kind of hypocritical, considering you're saying that every life matters, but yet in the name of your religion, you're going and killing. Could you please explain to me how that makes sense? Therefore, no one can, under any circumstance, claim the right directly to destroy an innocent human being. You're doing it in the name of God. You're doing it in your words. Progression for the Doctrine of the Faith, 1987. So we'll go read. Let's see.
expressions of her faith, instructions on respect for human life in its origin and on the dignity of procreation, procreation applies to certain questions of the dead. So it was referring to 87. So let's go see 87. It's a introduction of respect for human life in its origin and on the dignity of procreation applies to certain questions of the day. Okay, so you can go in and read that or not. First is forward, and then biomedical research and the teachings of the church. The gift of life which God, the Creator and Father, has entrusted to man, calls him to appreciate its attainable value of what he has been given and to take responsibility for it. This fundamental principle must be placed at the center of one's reflection in order to clarify and solve the world problems faced by artificial interventions on life as it is originates and on the process of procreation. Thanks to the process of the biological and medical science, man has disposal ever more effective therapeutic resources, but he can acquire new powers and unfortunately avoid consequences. However, human life at its very beginning and at its first stage. Various procedures now make it possible to inverse not only in order to assist but also to dominate the process of procreation. Get it? Did you get it? Ah! These techniques can enable man to take in response, take in his own destiny, but they also expose him to the temptation to go beyond the limits of a reasonable dominion over nature. They might process in the service of man, but they also involve serious risks. Many people, and therefore expressing an urgent appeal that in intervention procreation, the values and rights of the human person be safeguarded. Request the clarification provided are coming not only from the faithful, but also from those who recognize the church as an expert in humanity. This is the Spirit to Spirit channel, hence the name Spirit to Spirit teaches going with itself. And those spirits always know who I'm talking. With a mission to serve the civilization of love and of life. Then why are you killing people? You know, you're not only killing people, you're sexually abusing them. You're trafficking. And whether it says one church over the other, they're all doing the same. The church's magisterium does not interfere on the basis of a particular competence in the area of the experimental science, but have taken account of the data of research and technology it intends to put forward by virtue of its evangelical mission and apostolic duty, the moral teachings correct corresponding to the integrity of the person and to his or her integral vocation. It intends to do so by exploring and creating moral judgment as regards to issues in scientific research and technology. But you're a God. You know? See, my question is, why did the church remove natural stuff in the first place? And why did you remove that at the site? Right? Because you wanted to make it profitable. Especially those relation to human life and its fundamental right of life. I'm gonna ask, like, I'm not stopping you because I'm going to ask. You're saying about your pro-life and life matters, but yet you're going out there and you're creating an atmosphere where people will kill each other. But you're saying that it's against what you believe if someone has an abortion. But you'll say it's okay to kill a living person outside of it. Something that's experienced life. You know, you're intelligent people. Could you please tell me how that makes sense? Because, you know, I'm just sitting with that. Like, kind of like the doctor that, you know, contradicted himself right in the same fucking sentence.
Abortion is morally illicit, but what about the use of fetal tissue from elective abortion tissue that would otherwise have been discarded and is now providing worldwide therapies, or could be a value in medical research? Okay, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna analyze this. I'm gonna look through both parts of it because they just contradicted what they say, like, it poses a problem. Because a miscarriage is much like a so something dead, right? So you place something dead in your body. Say it grows and rejuvenates. So let me get this straight. If it can grow and rejuvenate, why is it that human body can't? According to you guys. Seriously, what do you do to have that regenerate? So why, like, if it regenerates, who's keeping it secret and why is it rejuvenating your skin? Like, when you say that's semen, they do say semen. I'm not being sarcastic, right? I'm being rude. There's your lesson, your lotion. But those are things that we don't want to look at, right? So if they can use it to regenerate, why are you unable to regenerate your own cells? Because that's what it is. It's a cell, right? Baby is a living organism cell, and it can help to rejuvenate others, right? It's building blocks. So why is it that we're not teaching you how to regenerate yourself? Because they know that you can and they are unable to, and that's why they have to do this. Say it makes no sense. See, the thing is, someone who is connected to spirit actually does that because they know how to regenerate their own selves. That's the healing. That's why I said, like, the assumed day, moving it, shifting it, tweaking it, turning it, and holding on to it until it moves back into its original state.
himself, but this thought its way back. Right now, it's really fetal tissue from elective abortions and vaccines. American Academy of Pediatrics recommends 15 different vaccines for children to induce protection against several viral and bacterial infections that are caused of mobility. Okay, so is it possible? Okay, because is it possible that you're transmitting one disease to another child through your vaccines? Because you're using fetal tissue, right? What was the cause of that miscarriage? What created that miscarriage to happen? And what genetic disorder or stem cell did you do to find out what was wrong with that baby who needed to be removed? You know, the word abortion. You're having the baby removed. The baby aborts itself. Your body, if you're O negative, if your blood type does not match, it will abort the baby. And I think it's RH. It's all RH. A baby aborts, a human removes. At the American Academy of Pediatrics 2016. Okay? These are these three of these vaccines, and I, so one, 2016A, Verax, Verax 2016B, and Heberix, Glagos, Smith, Klein, 2016. I read that somewhere. Utilized cell lines W138 or FRC5-5 that would derive from fetal tissue.
and then Long 2006, harvested from elective abortions in the 1960s to generate the alternate viruses used in these immunizations for rubella, MMR, I think is thorax, or hepatitis A, HRX. The efficiency of these vaccines has been clearly demonstrated. But okay, it may be working for one thing, but what is it causing to the rest of the body? Or what is it causing to that other person who has a totally different cell structure, different immune system? The pre-vaccine era during the rubella pandemic in 1962 to 1965. Welcome to my rabbit hole. That's what I say. Rabbit hole, the rabbit hole. Welcome to the rabbit hole. Okay, so we're gonna look up. For some reason, dementia, stop dementia site come up with that thing. And I don't remember looking that up. This pandemic that was going between 1962 and 1965 started in Europe and spread to the United States. In the years 64 to 65, the United States had an estimate 12.5 million adult cases. Hey, that's the fucking rashes we've been getting. Oh my Jesus! Fuck!
does that have anything to do with the same as what COVID was like? Or, okay, because I'm serious. During COVID, people were getting strange rashes. I just got done saying about a rash here earlier in my video. Are you guys awake yet? Like, seriously, are you guys awake yet? Spirit leads me. I go where spirit shows me to go. That was 64, 65. Rubella, also known as German measles or 3-day measles, is an infection caused by rubella virus. This disease is often mild, with half of people not realizing that they are infected. So, good way to pass, you know. A rash may start around 2 weeks after exposure, at least for 3 days. It usually starts on the face and spreads to the rest of the body, and the rash sometimes and it's not as bright as measles. Swollen lymph nodes are common and they last weeks. Fever, sore throat, fatigue, joint pain is common. Bleeding problems, testicular swelling, inflammation of the nerves, in fact, during pregnancy may result in miscarriage or child born with congenital rebellious syndrome. So, hey, you know, don't want to believe us, but these things are actually making you actually sick, like shit on us about it. That's what I say. They're putting these vaccines in and using them for fetuses. Fetuses that, you miscarriage, so you're sick or you create to be sick. Because it's a profitable business. And then they're putting them into these diseases into the vaccines. And then they're saying it's airborne. Some of it could be because, some of it can be actually written because it gives the same effect as what COVID did. Ricken poisoning, ricin poisoning, however you want to pronounce it. In the pre-vaccine era during the rubella pandemic in 1962-65, 12.5 million clinical cases of rubella were reported in the United States that resulted in 2,000 cases of 11,250 fetal deaths, 2,100 neonatal deaths,
and 20,000 infants born with congenital Reveal syndrome and a grouping of birth defects that include blindness, deafness, and heart disease. So I wonder what would happen if everyone just stopped getting vaccines and allowed their body to rejuvenate, because it's putting sick fetuses in your body. Did you not realize that? So hey, I had somebody tell me that their family member was a virologist. I guess people who work in the field, or people just want to find out how something transpires. Because I like to experiment. How about you experiment on yourself? Oh wait, probably did, and that's why I shouldn't work to figure it out. Keep injecting diseases into people and say that you're researching. Go watch the series Utopia, where this girl, her father has her locked away, confined, and is doing vaccines experiments. You know, you work for them, and people like Bill Gates. Since introduction of the rubella vaccine in 1969, the number of rubella cases in syndrome has become so low. 10 annually, rubella is no longer considered an epidemic in the United States. So what did they get after that? A single dose of the Veravax vaccine in 80 to 85% effective in preventing fistula, chickenpox. Since COVID hit, and they got the vaccine, all these diseases ramp up again. Inefficiency is preventing hepatitis, an infection in a Demetic area, Thailand, with 75% in this in this decade. See, I understand where they figure that, they're helping rejuvenate. But why aren't, instead of helping them rejuvenate something outside the body, why don't you help them rejuvenate inside? instead of sticking something else in there. You know, they say about babies who go through natural birth because they have that moment where they urinate and release feces still in the womb and it gets in and it's sort of their sign that is the first part of the baby developing its immune system. And then you start injecting and you say it's for the immune system. Your immune system is supposed to build naturally. You know, if you get this stuff inserted in, it's much like a drug you depend on it because the rest of your system no longer works for you. Because it's missing that original piece, and nothing can replicate it because it's always from something else with a different. Catholic Church has indicated that it is right to abstain from using these vaccines produced using aborted fetus tissue. But I do find them very hypocritical in the sense that they say, oh, the human life matters, but you will kill other people. Prophetical Academy for Life, 2006, 548. However, this right should only be exercised in children in the population as a whole have not thereby subjected to significant health risks. The harm due to infections that are preventable by these vaccines presents a grave inconvenience. Infections that are preventable by these vaccines. I'll say it again, you're injecting others' infections and diseases into these people. You don't know that, then I guess you must have failed your science lesson. Convinces imposes their use. For example, the recent outbreak of measles at Disneyland in California highlighted that measles virus continues to circulate, and there is an association between vaccine refusal and chronic case of measles in the United States because of vaccine refusal. What exactly do and clinical cases of measles in the United States? Refusal to me, vaccine refusal means that the person won't get it. Maybe they know what's in it and they don't want it in their body. Like you're saying that, hey, if you don't want something or you don't agree with something, but the minute that somebody doesn't agree with your tactics, it's a different story. Like I said, in '99, I went to the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church was the ones that gave me the exorcism. But it doesn't mean that it's like I'm kissing anybody's ass because that's all you did. And then told me to just keep saying, in the name of Jesus, in the name of Jesus. They ain't afraid of Jesus. And the degree is sitting with us. Therefore, protection against measles, mumps, and rubella provided by the combination of flu and vaccine normally prevents measles virus infection, as measles carries the risk of asbestosis that can be fatal or cause brain damage. This prevents a grave incontinence, which equals vaccination of children to vaccine because an alternative vaccine that does not use aborted fetal cells is not available in the United States. Why is it not available? Seriously. Because there is actually something out there that is not invasive. Because when you're relaxed, your body rejuvenates because it gives yourself that stillness and the ability to heal. It's like the flu, go lay in bed, eat some chicken noodle soup, first, and have some tea. And then twice every time you go to eat. I'm not saying that there's not illnesses out there. I'm saying that they can be prevented. And I'm not talking like going and getting something stuck in your arm. That 9 chance out of 10 what's in that vaccine. That's something else. The consequences of rubella infection in pregnant women also persist grave diseases. That poses imposes vaccination, the MMR vaccine, although rubella causes only a self-limiting skin rash in pregnant mothers, vertical transmission of rubella virus to the fetus causes severe fetal defects that can be fatal in utero rubella infections and prevented by vaccinations. So it sounds like to me they're saying that, we got to make sure the pregnant mothers get the vaccine. But where is most things transmuted from, transferred from? It goes from the mother's bloodstream into the baby, right? Ability of it being transmitted to an actual definite something else being transmitted to the mother, into the baby, through the fetus of another child that was aborted or miscarried. Please tell me how that makes sense. You're going on a possibility. So people still won't get it because they think you're not a doctor. You don't have to be a doctor or scientist to realize that things are transmitted through your bloodstream. And if you take a deceased fetus that miscarried or was had to be aborted or aborted, you don't know what is wrong with that fetus. But because you're going on a possibility, you're saying, oh, yeah, let's inject it, even though the other risks run much higher. Yeah, that's a lot of common sense, right? No. Determination of graded disease to impose the use of Virax and Hedex vaccines is dependent on assessment of risk factors for each individual and that individual's improvement with at-risk person. The majority of children infected with vascular experience only a self-limiting rash, chickenpox, and natural immunity to this development with such substance vertical exposure. Okay, now when I grew up, because this is how we build our immune system. When I grew up when I was little, parents would always take the children to the neighbors where their children actually had or measles because their immune system is a little stronger. So it was exposing them to it. Instead of running and getting a vaccine and you needing it every fucking time. Because hey,
back many years ago, they already had the so-called the cure for chickenpox. So if they had the cure then, how did it come back? Because you were giving it to our children since they were little. You know, part of breaking something down is breaking it down so that you see the simplest. You break it down to the most like too simple, but instead you make it complicated and you pass disease to person to person through these needles. It's not people going out and using drugs and passing it. They're doing it, yes, but you're telling people to line up to get it done. And in so doing, you're jeopardizing their job, their livelihoods, their natural immune systems. Right? But people say, oh, well, this science works. Science is not supposed to be complicated. It's like some of the science stuff you get to the finished product because it's a matter of responsibility. Like you could throw that extra, kind of like I say about the pain in the back. Because there's a much simpler way. People who want to look intelligent make it so fucking. It's not an insult in intelligence. It's an insult to the system of touch. Yeah, it's like this. When you could actually, it's like I do those things, those game things sometimes.
seen this on TikTok. Okay. It's here. Okay. You had the 6 dots. Okay. There was the green one, green, blue, yellow, green, blue, yellow. Okay. And you had to do it so that they didn't overlap one another. And that's how you do it. So I do stuff like that. The reason why I do it is because it helps you to see that pattern in the simplest term, in the simplest way. That to me, I just looked at it. And it was like the logical way. It's like doing these puzzles. It's like you become a leper. Like they put you in like a monkey in a cage, and they watch how the monkey reacts. My question is, how many monkeys you should? It is important to note that the use of these vaccines generated from fetal tissues of elective abortions can only occur on a temporary basis, as it represents a very remote material coordination, cooperation with the original illicit act of abortion. The distinction between the different forms of corporate cooperation were established by St. Nebraska nuclear and can be characterized by approximately 30 of actions in which use of illicit acts. An example, using vaccine generated from fetal tissue of an elective abortion follows. Principal agent. The mother who elects the termination of pregnancy. Formal cooperator. The abortionist who agrees with the actions of the principal agent and supports her by performing the abortion. Immediate material now. I will when someone has abortion after you've had that, if later you felt regret, if there's even a possibility, that's where you should step back and say, I actually had a conversation with this person. And when somebody goes to you or asks you, like, what should I do? It's that part of you should say nothing. You should have that conversation so that they can be the ones to make an informed decision. Because they have to understand it physically, mentally, emotionally, and with spirit. Because it's that part of you, that awareness of yourself, because it's the connection. And we don't always feel that connection. And that's not the fault of the person per se. It's that maternal instinct isn't there, isn't, but your thought your entire will know whether it is actually right once you actually sit and have that conversation with someone. Because then you'll know in your heart of hearts if it's something that you want to follow through with or not. It's I know that at 17 it was God, source, creator, spirit telling me that, right time. And the same as at the age of 20, there was too much. And the reasons behind it was the spirit saying, because I would have had 5 kids. But it was that part of my body was saying no in ways, but it may have also have been a test for that doctor as to whether or not that doctor would do the right thing. And that doctor didn't do the right thing because if it was going to happen, it was going to happen. But she should have given that chance of it not happening by giving me the needle I didn't have to get. And not saying you're going to lose it because for my first son, I was told that I'd have to have one if I spun. And I had to have it. And he was born. So that doctor, like, if she had the right thing she should have done was given me the needle. And then if it would be abortion, it is not abortion. It is an abortion, the baby would be aborting itself. If it was meant to happen, then it would happen after. So she failed that test
because that's what she should have done, not just say. So I say, sorry, that certain things can be pursued, prevent it. But that wasn't just. Immediate material cooperator, a nurse who does not agree with the action of the principal agent, but supports the abortionist in performance of the abortion. Immediate material cooperator, the nurse who does not agree with the action of the principal agent, but prepares food for the abortion and waits for recovery post-abortion. No immediate. Okay, this here, I'm not gonna medical research. The human embryonic kidney cell line derived from the electrical abortion in the 1970s was routinely used to produce the proteins and collective and viruses due to the ease of transfections with gene construction that effectively translate into apparently foreign proteins. Why are they not like, okay, that's where it's not part of they're using aborted and fetuses that are usually probably unwell. See, this is where it don't make sense. And I guess I get frustrated because I'm trying to comprehend why other people don't see it. But those same people, some of them will go and scream and say that they have human meat in burgers. And, I just said it. Okay, so it's not what's not going on. Putin said it. Donald Trump said it. Donald Trump even said you're eating dogs and cats, and people look at them like they're gonna hang their head. Well, hey, fuck yeah, they do in some countries. So if they do it in their own country, and you think they're not doing it in yours, yeah, I just thought, how do you know your chicken's chicken? I heard that. La tu posición. Y tú también, si tú traes eso, lo que ya te voy a llamar, yo ya. Dice, pues, so with what I experienced through the medical system, through my journey, the system itself, the whole burden of it, Spirit led me to where I live again. Because see, the thing is, in 2019, after that happened, my pandemic cost, I went in and got my vaccine. And that's when I started suffocating. So whatever was in that flu shot had an adverse effect and reacted and made things worse for me because I couldn't fight it off myself. That's when I actually felt like I was being squashed from the inside. So whatever was already going on, it affected it. Eso porque tenía que verse, porque eso de también son nunca salen de todo. You know, I look at all of you and they have things that they have the same thing. They say a life matters, but they'll go out and take the life of them. Can't see horns. They get you to hold your babies when they do. You know, and it's just something that your children say. Wait, 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 wait. Right up here, line up to be sick. So people are going to take time to hear what these keepers are. I really share your story so that the parts that ignored you and ridiculed you and told you on one another. That we would be your safe because we choose to follow you. Yeah, it's like listening to the branch. It's how it grows. It's like the weekend, the key. So, Slowly clearing it. That's where your aspect is attached. You see the completely state of hospitals. I'm not talking seeing about people who know what they're talking about. Someone will teach you how they do. Always aware that it's happening. So I say, once you're aware of it, that's when you know that you're the activities. Oh my goodness.
It's hard. Like it's mentally developed, so it would be more of whatever it is doing.
You just hold your hands apart.
If only you fucking knew. Esta pobrecita burrita está escribiendo, estoy. Sí, tú te pones well, a la anime lo que vea. Everything is possible. Is to make it. That being said, sitting on much love, life, many blessings, and super encouraging helps to anything that you need to do. Which all be grateful for yourself, for your authentic self. Be who you are, not who somebody says you have to be. Be authentic. Be truthful, kind to yourself and others. And know that you have the strength to get through it. And the more work that you put into it, the easier it becomes. So, whatever it is